Check, check. Oh, gosh. Alright. Sorry for the false start on the stream. Good day. Good morning. The song rules. Okay, yeah, so the USB problem, like, so I had a problem with the microphone, and a big part of it is because my USB, setup was switched around and changed, and, a big part of the reason for that is I was running into, like, a right-click bug with Barony, where every time I would right-click on something, like go into a right-click menu, or even activate a lever, my mouse would, like, rapidly multi-right-click. So I thought that my, hold on, should I do a face cam? It's gonna be so cool if I do a face cam. Can we do this? There we go. Yeah, so, every time I would do a right click, it would multi-right click a ton of times, and that of course meant I was automatically eating things. I was just trying to like wield or appraise or whatever else. And so I thought it was a problem with the game. I talked to the guys about it. They're like, no, I can't repro it. And so I tried a different mouse, and it happened on that mouse too. And I was like, well, maybe I just have multiple bad mice. Well, the real thing that was happening is that I had it all plugged into a USB hub, and so the USB hub signal was dropping the clicks, or there was interruptions in the clicks, and so it was registering as multiple clicks. And as soon as I made sure that the mouse had a direct connection to my machine, that problem went away. So, but that required me to juggle some of my USB ports, and ended up putting my microphone in a weird spot that apparently it didn't like either, and so I had to spend some time under my desk to try to correct it. All the great fun that we all want to have on a Monday morning when we're just trying to work. Imagine if someone walked in right now, LeMayo. Who cares, man? Yeah, they'd be on screen. LOL. Yeah. Plenty of people walked in when I'm on stream before. You've seen my wife and my boy. They show up from time to time. That's okay. Exactly. Wow, what a thrill that would be. Okay. So let's get back to work. The concept today is that I'm going to be creating some animation frames for enemies who do not have any visible attack animations. This is kind of a long-standing problem with the game, that the rat and the slime just sort of stand next to you and stare at you while doing damage, and it's kind of like it's kind of a bummer. It's not good feedback, and because block timing is so important in Barony, that feedback that there's an enemy attacking you is actually quite important. And so the other problem is that slimes and rats are also very short. And so if you're looking straight ahead, you could actually miss them if they're right at your feet. And so I'm going to I'm going to kill two birds with one stone here, solve both problems by having it so one of their attack frames has them reeling up, and so there's a better likelihood they'll be in your sight when they're about to attack you. And then the second frame will be them lunging towards you, which will also be a fairly tall model compared to their standard model before they go back to their kind of standard rest state. So I don't imagine it'll take me that long to do it for the rat and the slime. I'm gonna maybe make one more frame for the scarab, and maybe some for the scorpion. And if I get that done pretty early, I'll go into doing some tests with all of the named NPC models that I made. For what I'd like is that every champion character has a different body, so that you can tell that they're an especially difficult enemy just by looking at them. Rather, right now, the only way you can tell it's a difficult enemy is if you hit them and then what their name says. Or in like the Potato King and Funny Bone's case, you can see they have different equipment, which is fine. Those ones are okay. They're better than nothing. But even them, I would like them to look special. So, makes a scarab mob that makes it have a really odd face. Yeah, well, that's probably not what I'll be doing. But yeah, the fact that those models will be unique now means that players can mod those independently of the other things that they mod. So that's kind of cool, right? All right, so without further ado, why don't we just get started? Again, sorry for the weirdness on getting the stream oriented this morning. So cheers, and thanks for tuning in. Appreciate y'all coming to hang out while I do a little work. Okay, as you can see, this was pretty fast to give the rat a reared up on his hind legs sort of look. I have a little bit of shading left to do on the back, but the pose is where I was hoping it would be. And it's, you know, quite a bit taller than the rat. Good, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 voxels higher, which is a good quarter of a tile taller. So hopefully that would be more likely to put it in its in the view. Ink, I'm gonna do a second frame of animation when it's lunging and attacking you, and I'm gonna make its mouth open during that frame. So I don't you know, I would like it to have some visible changes when it's doing that. I thought you did it just now. No, this is the frame where it's getting ready to attack. So, and then the next frame is when it's gonna be lunging, actually attacking you. So there's probably where the confusion comes from. So this is the first of 2 frames. So we're gonna call this Rat Attack 1. I think I'm actually going to make the rat a little taller. Bringing in the original model kind of shows me that its body looks a little bit more curled up in here, and it could stand to be a good maybe 2 or 3 voxels taller. So I'm going to see if I can work that in, give it a longer body, which will put it more in our view. No, it's not that you were dumb. It's just that we had a, you know, I wasn't very specific in what frame I was working on and stuff. It's all good, man. Four, 8, 12, 16, 20. Yeah, after elongating the rat here in his standing state and then comparing it to what he would be if he was actually standing up, I'm pretty convinced this is the right height because his neck ends here and he's bending his head forward. His feet and tail are under here, so I think this is a totally appropriate height for the standing rat. Quite a bit taller than I thought he would be, honestly. But that's great. I mean, that's kind of the whole point. Well, half of the point. Half the point is to make it visible to the player. The other half is to give it a stinking animation so there's some feedback for the player. Hank, yeah, I actually already have a separate model for Algernon, and I'm gonna have to duplicate this work for that. The other Algernon is 2 voxels wider, 2 voxels taller, is white with 1 red eye and an emerald for his second eye. So we'll probably see that on stream a little later, because yeah, that will need to be updated so that it has attack animations as well. What's up, Garv? Good to see you. The Funny Bones model I made, so because Funny Bones, what did I do for Funny Bones? I think I gave Funny Bones an eye patch, if I'm not mistaken. I made a whole separate skeleton mesh that was like the regular mesh, but was green with like algae and mold. I actually intended that to be used for the second, the second skeleton sex. Because right now when you switch between male and female, there's no difference between what skeletons look like. And I think that's fine, except for, players deserve to have a little bit of visual customization. And in Dungeon Siege 1, I played with my brother-in-law, and he really enjoyed picking the moldy skeleton appearance that was available in that game, because, it similarly didn't do anything. It was just a cosmetic option in Dungeon Siege, but we always just got a kick out of it. That it was, the skeleton was called moldy, and so I figured if we're gonna include a cosmetic option for the skeletons, I wanted to pay a little tribute to my brother-in-law. That's my wife's brother, by the way, and make a moldy skeleton skin. So that's sort of the motivation behind that. And then I think I just gave Funny Bones a different head, and so I think I intended that he would use the moldy skeleton head or moldy skeleton body while using the eye patch head or something. My wife is super duper moldy. Yeah, that sounds like something I would say. So this pose might look ridiculous to start with. I'm not done, obviously, but In real life, so I've spent time with a lot of rats because my wife and I worked at a pet store when we were younger. And rats are just a great pet. I think I talked about this on my last stream. And rats do jump, and when they jump, they do so kind of like this. With their legs sort of splayed out, and you can see all their toes. They widen their toes. Where's the rat emoticon? Hey, if I was a Twitch partner, you can bet that I would make some emoticons that were Barony related. But Chest Lavoy, that's not my. I don't get to do that right now. Let's So anyway, point being that yeah, good to see you, Wall. Thanks for coming. It's supposed to be leaping forward, so I'm gonna get its claws up, and I'm gonna open its mouth. Is this the attack animations? Yes, it is. So here's the first frame. This is literally just the rat standing on its hind legs, and it's actually, look how tall it is, dude. So it is what? This is 20 voxels total. So it's 18 voxels high now. So now the rat stands like a full half a tile height when it's standing. And this is just based on its original model length. And so you'll be able to see it in your face if it's right at your toes attacking you, whereas previously we could not see that. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to see this guy pop up into my view and attack. Well, if you want to, you can go into the thread where I started describing attack animations and stuff. Yeah. With Sheridan, because he's invested and motivated in getting these attack animations in, and so you can kind of see what my proposed plan is on there. How many voxel frames are we talking? Just 2. So 1 preparing to attack and 1 attacking. I think that'll be enough. And this is all outlined in the plan I put on our Slack chat. Yeah, I picked this color scheme for the rats just because, like, that's what a real wild rat kind of looks like. I don't know if you've ever lived in a city with rats. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I was modifying the wrong mesh. Hold on, I gotta copy all this. Copy. Okay. I wasn't supposed to change that one. Alright, here we go. Jump in the air and spit blobs. So I was just thinking of having it sort of reel back and then slap forward like it turns its body into a flail is kind of the mood I was going to go for. And so the ready frame, would it be sort of like using its base as sort of like a pseudopod so it can lift the majority of its mass in the air? Because again, like part of the point of this is to, well, I mean, you said jump in the air, so you get it. But then, you know, I was going to have it, the second frame, it being like lashed forward with this big, trying to think of how to describe the shape. You know, like if somebody took like a big water balloon and flung it at you, like wielded it like a flail or something. I don't know if that makes sense. We'll see. We'll see how I'm able to pull it off. It's not the kind of thing that I think is terribly intuitive to describe or make. So we'll see how close I can get to something we like. Yeah, I mean, this looks ridiculous. Rats do look ridiculous when they do this in real life. But, you know, in arts, one of the things I learned in art school, important lesson, is that if it looks right, it is right. And the converse of that lesson is if it looks wrong, it is wrong. And so, you know, if it diving at you with its arms out looks stupid, I might just have to change it. It's trying to T-pose. I think I'm going to bring in those arms a little bit. Maybe I just need some asymmetry too, because it just looks a little bit inorganic how it's lunging up right now. Wow, that's a cool offer. I really like that, but I wouldn't want to steal Sheridan's thunder. I mean, he was the one that kind of prioritized this issue as something that he was excited to work on. So I kind of hate to... Of course, I care most that, you know, we get stuff done. So if it makes sense, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. Just note that I have that hesitation. This is something specifically Sheridan was excited to work on. So. Scope out if we need more than 2 frames if it just looks silly. Yeah, I understand. Yes, but like if more work is needed, like it'd be good for me to know that now, rather than later. I know that we've had issues with like the whip and trying to polish that animation with its 2 frames. Small question: there is a thing in a game, the Binding of Isaac, called tainted characters. They alternate versions of original characters who suffered traumatizing events. Like tainted enemies or bosses? I mean, for starters, I don't really gain a lot of inspiration from Binding of Isaac. I won't speak for the rest of the team, but like, that just wasn't a game that really like resonated with me, and so I can't speak to like what an Isaac style enemy would be in Barony. Yeah, sure, but I wouldn't know enough about what a tainted enemy in Isaac was, and how that would compare to a Barony character, you know what I mean? I mean, like, I guess we already have playable characters that are evil, and all of our non-playable characters are kind of, I mean, I guess like you could have like an evil Merlin or something. Merlin. Bizarro Merlin, maybe. I'm kind of loving how ridiculous this looks. Maybe that's not what I should be going for, but I mean, if you've ever seen a rat get mad in real life, it's just so much like this. And they're so, like, inept and... not inept. They're small and easy for humans to kill. And so, like, to see one get, like, rage mode is legitimately IRL funny for me. And this is capturing those vibes, in my opinion. I think I'll make his top tooth a little brighter because his mouth is open. Draw a little more attention to the fact that his mouth is open by brightening that tooth. Well, Ink, that sounds like a cool project if you wanted to, like, if you wanted to figure out how those kind of characters would look in Barony, then I'd say go nuts. It's just, I just don't have a frame of reference for it, so it's not, like, it's not an idea that is, like, super, it's not compelling for me right now. Like, I spend my time thinking of new characters for Barony, and that's kind of what excites me. Is, you know, new content, adding new stuff to the game. I have no idea how to make them look tarnished, yeah. You know, I think I need to put... its eyes need to be visible when it's attacking you, which means I have to put them up here. because otherwise it looks like a faceless monster. Maybe I need to raise... Maybe I need to raise everything here so that, like... We'll delete this voxel. We'll move these up. Purple slime, there you go. We got a tarnished slime idea for you. Well, that's alright. Command Ops, you can hang out with us. We're having fun here. Let's lower this. After playing Vagante, my favorite idea for different slimes connects to sort of elementalism, because at the lowest level in a lot of fantasy, slimes are elementals. Like, they're the lowest form of elemental is kind of the idea that I've seen a lot. And like the idea that you can hit a neutral slime with a spell and it'll change elements, I think is really cool. So you hit a regular slime with a fireball and it turns into a fire slime that is now like immune to fire, and if it attacks you, it sets you on fire. I really like that idea for slimes. But there's also, in Vagante, there's a hero slime that is chromatic, and so that it changes colors. It's like it's all colors all the time, and so whenever it hits you, it does all status effects that are associated with those colors, and I think that's really cool. Yeah, I see. So you must have been spending time on this before you started talking about it, ain't you? Fair to assume. Yeah. you know, having variants of our existing enemies is something that I'm, you know, might be worth talking more about if we ever do like an endless mode where we need, you know, characters that are reused but tougher. And so having some visual indicator that they're tougher could be legitimately useful. Okay, I'm gonna position this rat so that... Man, I'm sold on how this guy looks. I don't know about you guys. Again, it might just look ridiculous because this is how rats really lunge at things. But to me, it's just like, yep, that looks exactly like a rat lunging. And I got some new earbuds because my other ones were like skipping out on, like, occasionally the left or right bud would not make sound. But the heads of the earbuds are a lot bigger, and so it's actually hurting my ears a bit. I have to sort of set them outside my ears. Hopefully I'll get used to them and figure out you know, something that works for me. You think he looks happy? That's funny. Well, he's definitely happy to be trying to get a meal, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna put this back in here, get him on the ground so that we know what, we can compare him to the other attack phase. Get rid of this excess model. Okay, so rat 1 stands up, looks like rat 2, lunges looks like rat 3, lands look like rat 1 again. So what is this? 3 voxels outside the front. And this is 4 voxels outside the front, which is actually that's 5 voxels outside the front. So it might look like he bounces off the target a little more if these are all aligned on the same voxel center, which when I export them, I would like to do that so that a programmer doesn't have to go in and modify how each mesh is placed. It'd be great if they all just spawned where they normally do, and I'm gonna have to use Magic of Voxel to offset them that way. So let's put this away. That looks hilarious. Okay, I'll leave this here. He wants a hug. Do you like fruity ice cream? Ever since I was a kid, fruity ice cream was my favorite compared to like chocolatey ice cream. But now as an adult, I do like things like toffee and caramel and pecans in my ice cream and stuff like that. Macadamia nuts and whatever. But like, I'll take an orange sherbet over a chocolate ice cream any day, so I don't know if that helps. All right, I have to, you know, I had my morning coffee. I'm gonna take a quick break. I just exported these. Actually, real quick, I'm gonna DM Sheridan.
Okay, I'm gonna have to take a quick bathroom break. I know I'm only, how long am I into the stream?
just 1 hour into the stream and I already got to take a break. But you know, I had 4 cups of coffee this morning, so yeah, give me a break. I will be right back. I'm gonna leave this adorable little rat up for you all, so that you can look at it while you wait. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll be back in a minute. Alright folks, I'm back. What up, Peanut Pirate? Good to see you in the stream. Yeah, so for those who are just tuning in, or who may have been gone for a minute, right now what I've done is I've made 2 attack animation frames for the rat. There's 2 reasons for it. One, the rats are short and you may not be able to see them nibbling at your feet before you die if you're a new player. This is one of those annoying problems that it's just like, it's, you know, we didn't make rats short so that they hid out of your view on purpose. They just are short, and so a lot of players don't even know they're being attacked, which isn't good game feedback. The other thing that's bad game feedback is they don't animate at all when they're attacking you. And so, seeing when an enemy is attacking is important because block timing is important. And so this is, you know, here's his, hold on. Here's his standard animation, and then when he's getting ready to attack you, he's going to stand up, and he's a good 16, or rather, what, 14 voxels high? Is that what I determined? No, 18 voxels high when he's standing, and then when he attacks, he lunges, which makes him even taller so that you're not likely to miss, and that is 22 voxels high. So you'll never miss a rat attacking you in the face, and you'll also know when to block because you'll see that attack frame. So, yeah. So we're just trying to make the game a little better, a little higher quality. This is a real rat lunging, leaping pose. Trust me, I used to work at a pet store. This is what it actually looks like. If it looks ridiculous from the front, that's fine. I'll revise it. But I like the idea of going with something that's authentically ratty. And this is exactly how a stinking rat looks when it's lunging at something. Usually they leap to grab something to climb. And this is, you know, that's why they would normally leap. And this is what they look like when they're leaping. So, fair argument that they may not look like this when attacking in real life. But usually when attacking in real life, they just like, their little mouth is so tiny you can't see that it's taking a hole punch out of your skin until it's too late. Which is not good player feedback. Hype for Algernon. Have his new skin and leap at you. Yeah, maybe I should, well, before I do Algernon's, I should verify that this first one works as expected. Actually, he's got a little hangover on his pudge here that makes him look a little chubbier than necessary. There, that's good. Okay. Alright, now let's start working on the slime. I'm going to start out just by kind of making the shape that I have in mind. So we'll do slime attack 1. And again, the slime suffers from the exact same problem as the rat, and so we're going to have very similar solutions, having it rearing up and then clearly, you know, in your face and tall on the screen when it's attacking. So, all right, I'm going off of vocals while y'all watch. Oh wait, hold on. Garvikin said, when you play as a rat, can you use the new attacks in first person? Garvikin, that's a good question. I don't think that there's an elegant way to do that. We may be able to do something that separates, you know, the shaman player from other clients or other players who see what's happening. Currently, the shaman rat behaves differently than other rats in that its head can tilt up and down to show where the player's looking. And so we could do something like, you know, hide those models, show the new attack animation when a shaman player is getting ready to attack, and just to the shaman player themselves, they don't see any of that. It looks like normal. that might be fine. It's also, it's kind of less necessary with a player because you're not, unless you're doing PvP as a rat, it's not really something that the players have to worry about. I don't know. That's let's just say that's not something I really took into consideration. I don't anticipate wanting to do this for player shaman rats. Sneak, love how you think about and care about new and old players. Well, thank you for that, Garvkin. Yeah, one of the, I might have mentioned this on stream before, but a lot of the game studios I worked at, even the game design leadership wouldn't play through the game naturally. And even when I was just doing art on games, I was like one of the only members of the team that would consistently play through our games naturally, and like exactly as a player would, and then provide comments on what the experience was like, you know, and the sort of demonstrable feedback that shows that things are not functioning as intended, or the assumptions of certain designers were not as fun as they presumed, like the game behavior was not as fun as they presumed it would be. And and aside from a very few cases where designers felt like I was stepping on their toes, in most cases the studio's been grateful to have somebody inside who's delivering, you know, sincere feedback, just with the desire of making the game experience as good as possible for your average player. Part of this could be a symptom of the fact that I was, you know, in some cases I was working for Microsoft Studios, and so they would rely on like focus group testing to provide feedback about the game, and that's fine and all, but like the way that Microsoft does focus group testing, there's no way they have enough time. A player has enough time to meaningfully experience enough of the game to make broad scope feedback about major playability or even just fun issues with the game. And so while I think it's a good thing that Microsoft does a lot of external testing, you need somebody in the studio who cares about the game, who enough to actually play it. And for me, my sort of metric for that has been like, you know, I'm making this game, or I'm working on this game. If I don't want to play it, why would I expect any player to want to play it? If we can't convince our own team to play this game, then what business do we have expecting any player to want to play it? And put up with our nonsense. And it's sort of like, you know, if you owned a liquor store or something and you weren't a drinker, and you just don't, or better yet, you owned a distillery because you found out that people make a lot of money owning distilleries, and so but you don't drink yourself, and so you're not even capable of telling if your product is good. You're just there to make money, and it's just like, I'm not against people getting in business to make money, but like, you should do it with a kind of product that you actually care about, that you know the difference between good and bad. So anyway. I just realized this thing has a bit of a The Abyss vibe. If you've never seen The Abyss, it's a pretty cool movie from the 80s, where underwater explorers and scientists are like navigating the deepest points in the ocean on the planet, and at one point in the movie, a water creature comes out. I won't spoil any more about what it is, but it definitely like brings a big like a head or a tentacle of water. It's actually very much like the amoeba boss in in Ocarina of Time, and it looks at one of the human characters in the face, just like hovering this this pseudo head made out of liquid right in front of them, just like sort of staring them in the face and be like, studying like, what is this creature? What is this human thing that I'm looking at? So I'm sort of visually judging if this model is too big for what the size of the slime is. So, because I want it to look like it has the same amount of mass when it's attacking versus not attacking. And I actually think that this is good, so that it's taller and it has quite a bit of mass focused up top, but it's also slenderer. So I think it pulls off that idea that it's extending its mass upward, not generating new mass, which is kind of the objective here. It has to have enough on the ground so that it can stand and be like have like an anchor point on the earth. Slenderer Man. What program are you using? Is it just for voxel art? Yes, this is called Voxel Shop. It's by a Slenderman. What about the Slenderman trilogy? Slenderist Man. Anyway, yeah, it's called Voxel Shop. It was made by a programmer named Black Flux, who gives the software away for free. It's open source. You can find it on GitHub. I really prefer this. A lot of people really just use Magica Voxel, and there's nothing wrong with Magica Voxel. I just find the layers interface with Voxel Shop to be more intuitive. Also, I think the lighting is closer to Barony's lighting, whereas Magica Voxel tries to light things a little bit fancier. There's like ambient occlusion and stuff, and we don't have any of that stuff in game. And in order to achieve our sort of like pixel art style in voxel meshes, your lighting needs to be simplified. Otherwise, like every crease and corner in the voxel model gets shaded, and that's not what pixel art looks like. And so I really prefer working in Voxel Shop. It's easy to work with. It exports into the format we need, and the only thing it doesn't do is I can't offset a mesh by an amount of voxels when I'm creating or exporting it. And so as a result, what happens is that the models just get recentered based on where there's, you know, just whatever the arbitrary center point is of all the voxels, and that doesn't, and that is occasionally a problem. So I will have to go into Magica Voxel and offset these meshes so that they have the same center, because right now they will not have the same center unless I intervene. So that's about all I can do about it. Where did you learn to do pixel/voxel art? I learned how to do pixel art from making Doom and Wolfenstein mods when I was a tween and teenager. So I got, before everyone had the internet, and I know I'm aging myself when I say this, before the internet was widespread in every home in the developed world. Is the player's spider animation not enough here? Oh, sorry, I'm reading work chat here. Walla Justice is commenting that we do have some existing animations for the player when they're in spider form, but we do not have animations in for the spider enemy. So so anyway, like the crazy process I went through in order to make mods, like art mods for and level mods for Wolfenstein and Doom, is that I had to export all of their content into PCX format, which was sort of like a pixel asset format that was common at the time. And I used a program called DPaint Animation, and DPaint was actually the industry standard at the time. I did not know that. It just happened to be what my dad picked up from, you know, whatever software store, probably Egghead software. And so I would load up all of the art made by ID's artists and Apogee's artists, and then I would paint over them and make my own versions. And so I was effectively learning how they painted by mimicking it as I painted over stuff, and that was extremely informative for me. All right, so we're gonna get some shadows on this bad boy. The other thing is that I was a huge fan of the game Lands of Lore, the Throne of Chaos. To this day, I think it's one of the best fantasy game stories that feels like a complete role-playing game campaign. You know, like, as cool as Skyrim and stuff are, what makes Lands of Lore really stand out is you really fall in love with the characters over the course of the game, and it's still like a true action role-playing game, and that you get to decide, you know, what your character's good at, and like, you can pick between a wizard, a rogue, and a fighter, and then a generalist character at the very beginning of the game. And over the course of the game, you'll improve all of your skills, but you'll always retain, like, the classes are balanced so that it's always important what your starting character was. And so it supports multiple play styles. It's just a good RPG of the day. Super high production values. Patrick Stewart did voice acting for the king in that game. It might be the first video game king he ever played. That was before Elder Scrolls cast him as the king or the emperor for Oblivion. And it's just a freaking awesome game. And by the end of the game, you've just fallen in love with all the characters. And but anyway, the pixel art in that game was so immaculate, just so good. Here, let me actually. I'm gonna look up the voxel art video I made. Voxel art Barony in YouTube. This is behind this. This is a behind-the-scenes video I made during our Kickstarter that talks about some of my art inspirations. Feel free to go scope it out. I'm gonna turn off the mic and get back to work, so you have a good 4.5 minutes at least. So yeah, well, a lot of those games also inspired Sheridan from a game design perspective when he originally created Barony. I'm listing my own personal art inspirations there as well because I'm responsible for all the art you see in the game in the current build. That will change once we release this big Quality of Death update. Some of the art will have been done by Matthew, who's done the vast majority of our UI pixel art. I've done some of it now, but he can claim responsibility for a lot of it. And his inspirations are, I'm sure, vary quite a bit from mine. I think he was more of a console kid. I was more of a PC gamer. And so pretty much all my inspirations fall back to PC gaming in some way. UI looks great. I agree. He's done an amazing job. One of the things I'm trying to do here is by highlighting the underside of the bottom left side of the slime here, I'm implying that with the shading that there's some translucency to it, like some of the light is passing through the top right of the slime here and landing on the interior edge of the bottom side of the slime's body. And so that helps give it that sort of like liquidy, gelatinous look. Is the update models coming with Quality of Death? I think so. I think we expect these new models to come to the Quality of Death update. This is one of those things that wasn't on our list to do, but because I'm doing a lot more work now, we'll have the models available, and it should be fairly low effort to get them in, and so we probably will. That's awesome, Peanut. I've been really enjoying the brewer lately. Thanks in some part, at least, to the new UX for alchemy. It's just so much more usable. Takes so much less time. So that's very nice. Yeah, I love it. And I saw your response on the Guild Build channel, by the way. I appreciate you offering another perspective, because you know it's what one person likes obviously isn't always going to be what somebody else likes, and it's just like we have to at some point we have to make a decision, but the more informed that decision is, the better. So it's just great to have more voices, even when, you know, having a contradictory opinion might be a little bit stressful. I think I'm actually pretty happy with how this like raised blob looks. I'm kind of in love with it. If I'm being perfectly honest. I really like how he looks. He looks like he's about ready to club me with his massive slimy body. And he's not nearly as tall as the rat, unfortunately. He is twice as tall as he was, which is something. Let's see. Let's make a comparison. Okay, so that is 15 voxels high compared to the rat, which was 18 voxels high. Is that 4 times 4 plus 3 or plus 2? Okay, so it was 16 versus 15, or 17 versus 15. 18 versus 15? 8, 12, 16, 17, 8. Yeah, 18 versus 15. So 3 voxels shorter, but I think that's warranted. Oh yeah, Goatman Healer is probably the best Goatman class. Just only dealing with that booze issue when you feel like it is such a huge advantage as the Goatman Healer. The hangover disadvantage. Okay, I'm gonna make the attack frame now. I got some feedback from Sheridan, and he's proposing that maybe 4 frames would be necessary. While I think you're kind of implying the same thing earlier, that you know, 2 frames may not be enough, and that's totally reasonable. So I don't think it's gonna be that hard for me to deliver some tweens, which is what we're talking about here. And for those not familiar with animation lingo, tween is short for in between, where you establish the extreme poses of an animation first, and then you establish what the frames look like in between the extreme poses. Because in animation, what matters is like the most expressive form of a pose first, and then everything else follows that. I am actually a classically trained animator. I went to animation school. My first industry job was animation. I like animating, but I don't love it the way that career animators do. I think I got into animation mostly because, to me, it was the most obvious path for how my personal skills could relate to game development. I learned much later that that a game designer is a real job. And at the time where I went to school, I frankly just did not know that. And so I ended up spending several years of a career spent mostly doing art stuff, and then feeling very alienated when the rest of the team was not interested in my opinion about what kind of content should go into the games we're making. I'm like, I thought part of the job of the artist was to like help influence what goes into the game. Of course, in larger teams, that's just not factual. The games are so big and they need so much art that, basically everything is decided by the time it gets in front of an artist or an animator's desk. So it was a bit of a rude awakening for me in my game industry career, but I'm glad I have the art skills. I still enjoy doing art. It's still the best technical skill I have, probably, since design is more of a creative pursuit. I think I've been fostering my design skills for a long time now. I read a lot of books about design. I play a lot of games. I listen to a lot of design theory. And so there is like a craft to being a game designer apart from programming or creating art or whatever. But when it comes to technical abilities, I think my art abilities are still my strongest. And so because I'm not a programmer, I was never going to be a programmer. And I just didn't know what a path to game development looked like outside of art or programming, you know what I mean? So anyway, point being, I think the tweens shouldn't be that hard to make now that I've got the major poses down for the rat and the slime. How many frames is an attack normally? Well, those attacks are done programmatically. So Ben or Sheridan is just inputting a Euler angle into the mesh to make a chop rotation with swinging the character's arms or whatever when they attack. So those are not hand animated, and so the frame rate that you're viewing that at, that's how many frames it is. You know what I mean? So if you're running at 144 frames, then you'll see more of that swing take place. Whereas these animations, it will be restricted to a certain number of frames, which means you will see them for a longer amount of time if your refresh rate is higher, if your frame rate is higher, if that makes sense. Okay, I've been noodling with this guy enough because it's such an organic shape. Like, it's hard to say, oh, that it's done, it's perfect, because it's like he's got some edges, and but I'm pretty happy with how it looks. Noticing also that the rat is aligned like this. I might need to, I don't know if the slime is a special case in terms of being rotated differently, or if I actually have the wrong, I might just need to be rotating the slimes so they're facing forward in here. Okay. Excuse me. Alright, I'm gonna go into making this guy's attack frame, so does that mean the more FPS the easier it gets? No, because the amount of time you have to react is still the same as a player. I mean, your precision with the controls if you have, let's say you're a perfect player and you have unlimited precision with your controls, then in theory, yes, a higher FPS will help you. You could say the same thing about any competitive gamer, I guess, where it's really important for them to have a high FPS so that their hardware isn't reducing their skill cap. So I'm typing to share it in here. I was gonna try to like modify. I don't know. Maybe this isn't so bad. I was gonna say I've been thinking about modifying the attack ready to make the slime attack animation But it's like, I don't know. It's looking kind of goofy right now. I like the idea of retaining some of the shading so there's continuity between the frames. But it might be better if I just illustrated it from scratch. I think maybe I need to thin out the model on the bottom, like so. And put more of the mass up top so that it looks suitably more club-like. This is... This has what we might call in animation a smearing effect, where a little bit more motion than is actually going on is implied by the existence of trailing elements of the mesh. To give it that like whip slap sort of look. Maybe like this. I don't know. This isn't. Let's see. Uh-oh. What did I do? What if we paste? Okay, I seriously ruined my model. Okay. Goodness sakes. How did I do that? Alright, we're gonna do this. We're gonna copy. I'm gonna turn this off. We're gonna paste. I somehow butchered my existing model without keeping my old one intact. Ugh. Maybe it's because this one remained selected and hidden. I don't know. Whatever the case, I fixed it now. I'm lucky that it had as many undos as it did. Since you like animation, what do you think about Cuphead? Well, Cuphead's animation is obviously stellar. I played through quite a bit of Cuphead. I don't know, like I can only get so far with bullet hell games. Like I just don't have that much fun with precision gaming. Like I do like action games, you know. Like I've played the hell out of Doom Eternals, and you know I beat the first expansion for Doom Eternal before they nerfed it. So, like, I'm not a bad gamer when it comes to action gaming, but, you know, because Cuphead is mostly boss fights and requires, you know, you to kind of memorize the patterns and recognize when attacks are incoming based on what the animations look like, it's just a little bit too trial and error-y for me. So I kind of lost patience with Cuphead. I think I quit at the pirate boss. You know, like I wasn't mad, I didn't rage quit, but I was just like, I think I'm done investing time into getting good at this. And it's because it's a co-op game, it's definitely one of those games that I told myself, well, I'll come back and beat this when, you know, when I have a friend to finish it with. And, you know, and this possibly easier, you know, with a partner to play it with. And it may very well have been easier, but that time just hasn't come. My family are not serious, you know, the ones that I live with anyway, aren't serious enough gamers to want to grind through Cuphead with me. So, so it remains whatever half finished or whatever it was. But I think it's a good game. I'm happy that it found the success it did. And I think it's cool that it brought attention to the Max Fleischer sort of animation art style, considering how dominant the Disney style has been for so long. It's great to see sort of Fleischer-inspired animation get its day in the spotlight as far as gaming is concerned, and on top of that, inspire other games that use the Fleischer art style, like Bendy and the Ink Machine, stuff like that. Half joking, half not joking. At Turning Wheel, we've talked about making a game based on all the intellectual properties that came from that were generated from early animation that have now suddenly become public domain. So like, Popeye, for example, is now in the public domain, and he's in that sort of Fleischer, goofy art style with noodly arms and legs and all that. And I think it'd be awesome to literally just take those characters and then make them do whatever we want to. That would just crack me up. Love that type of art. Yeah, it's great. So I feel like I am happy with the idea of this more than I am happy with the execution. Like, I think to me it looks successfully like it's launched itself forward in sort of a slapping motion. You can see sort of the trailing, you know, like some of it is splattering off the back of it as it flies forward. But I think maybe I need to just reduce some of the volume of it, maybe. And just from the front, it's not enough of a silhouette change, you know what I mean? And also, I just think the size of the slime... Yeah... It's just, it's changed. It's gotten too big. So... I mean, I guess I could, eliminate the base so it looks like it's jumped off the ground. Or maybe eliminate the, attachment to the base. So something more like this. Like, boom. It's like it's literally thrown itself at you. Is that better? And then it lands on the ground like this, plop, before it recoils again. I don't know. This has a little bit of Wall of Justice's idea in this idea that it jumps up and shoots slime balls at you. I felt like the literal interpretation of that would imply that it's like some kind of ranged attack, and so I didn't really want to do that. But the idea that it's just like throwing itself at you in a way where it flies a little bit is more clearly a sort of a different interpretation of a melee attack, and maybe that's fine. So... So, I guess part of the question is this the right size? Let's move this slime over one frame. Oops, not one frame, but one voxel. I don't know, this feels pretty clear to me, and in first person I think it would look a lot bigger because this is what? This is 1, 2, 3 voxels. This is 6 voxels closer to you. It not only has a bigger like silhouette on the screen. So like yeah. I feel like that kind of does the job. And the in-game description for this attack is the slime slimes you. So I mean, the slime throwing itself at you is, I don't know how more slime you can get. You've been slimed by the slime sliming you. Plop. And does this feel... I think I might bring the normal slime into the frame so that I can... Here, let's do this. And let's go ahead and rotate it. Not like that. Like that. So compared to... That's actually... Yeah, the size is really similar between those two. I think that's actually perfect. Okay, we'll go with that for now. Alright, I'm going to put on the Slime Attack 1 frame. And I got to take another quick bathroom break. I guess I had a lot to drink this morning. A lot of coffee, a lot of water. So I'm actually going to save this to desktop, work, Barony, update. And we're going to call this animations, Voxel Animations. And you guys can just look at this delightful Abyss-inspired slime while I go AFK for a couple minutes. Oh hey, I'm not. My mic is off. He's sliming for real right now. That's true. So thanks for your patience. I spent a couple extra minutes out because I just discovered that something cool just happened. So my daughter last week had finished a piece inspired by Black Mesa and Half-Life 1, and she made a comic book cover. And I spammed it out to some gaming groups and got in touch with one of the lead devs on the Crowbar Collective team, and they just shared her work through the official channels of so the Black Mesa page has now shared my daughter's artwork in her Instagram. So I just think that's super cool. I'm really happy for my daughter getting featured as an artist by you know, a fancy pants dev. So that's really cool. Good for her. You know, my parents were always encouraging of my creativity when I was a kid. Here, let me bring up the image for you. Can I open image in new tab or something? Of course I can't. Of course I can't. There we go. So this is the comic book cover that my daughter made. So in here, let me get my fat head out of the way. So she did this completely on her own. Yeah. Just after playing through Black Mesa, she was so inspired, she started to start drawing. And of course, she's been drawing for a long time, and I've been encouraging her however I can. But this is the comic book cover she made. So the composition is all hers. You know, the color palette is all hers. She really just did all this on her own, and I couldn't be more proud of her. So it's great. I feel like really proud that I'm in a position where I can help get her work some attention that a kid just really wouldn't be able to do on her own. And I don't know, like, I don't know how things would have been different for me as a budding like game modder if my parents knew how to connect me to people in the industry and get me some attention, and it might have led to some potential of me collaborating with others that I wouldn't have access to, or like maybe a level I made in Doom could have been featured in some, like, you know, some collab disc or something, because that stuff was happening back in the day, and I think my work was probably as good or better than some of the things that were on those discs, and I just didn't have the resources or understanding of how to like get in on that scene. And so I'm just doing my best to be a supportive dad. I'm so proud of her. you know, what I mentioned before about, you know, starting out as an animator, not really understanding that game design was a real career path. That's, you know, if I had somebody in my life who could have clarified that for me, you know, I might have gotten onto this track sooner, and I would have wasted less time, you know. Again, not that my artwork was a waste of time. I still love doing art, and I'm glad that y'all are tuning in to watch me do art from time to time. But like, you know, it was years before, you know, from the time that I knew that I wanted to do game design before I was able to finally build a career in a game design position. Just because I had no idea how the industry worked until I was already in it. And then by that time, you know, I had already selected my education path, and anyway. I hope that this is useful for her. Future turning wheel artist, maybe. You know, she's a concept artist. She's dabbled a little bit in 3D art, and so who knows how much she's going to want to do. She's actually inspired a little bit to go into law, which is fine. Like, I'm all excited to encourage her to do whatever she's inspired in, and I think law in some ways is a more reliable career than the game industry. So, you know, if she wants to do that, that's fine. Of course, it's more expensive to get a law degree than to get into gaming. But with gaming, you just may never make it. Like, the people who hold who are gatekeeping, who gets hired and who doesn't, they may just decide forever that that you're not good enough. And I think with law, that's a little different. Once you have the credentials, you can get a job, effectively. I mean, that's kind of, from somebody who doesn't know anything about law, that's my perception anyway. So anyway, thanks for listening about that. I'm hopeful that this will make a difference in her life in a meaningful way. And I'll let her know that you guys think that her work is really cool, because it is, and she deserves to know. Okay, so we have our slime being thrown, splatter time. And I think now I will make, actually, let's get rid of this. Boom. Yeah, so we have a little bit more of a side silhouette there. Move this back. Trying to give it that sense that, you know, it's got a lot of energy and that it's being flung. And so it's catching highlights on some of the hanging bits. This is the kind of frame that would only be you'd only see this for a fraction of a second. And so all this motion would really carry a lot. Yeah. Hadouken! Dude, the slime is straight Hadoukening itself at you. Okay. Okay, so I think what I need to do now, I'll go ahead and I'm gonna put a quick one together for the scarab. This actually isn't that different from what I did for Ziggy already, but I want to make a model for him that could be used to make him fly in the air. Because he's so short, it's easy for players to miss that that they're being attacked by a scarab. You know, if anybody's gonna say Hadouken, maybe it would be Orpheus. Maybe it would be Orpheus. Hadouken. Does Hadouken cretin, does that mean anything? I feel like it doesn't, but we can always dream. Too sunny. Okay, I'm gonna move the scarab's legs down a bit. What I want to do is just make the scarab fly in the air a little bit, so that in the game, Sheridan can, or Wall can move the scarab upward into your face and have it have its wings stretched out so that it looks like it's flying at you, and get on screen that way. So this one actually wouldn't be so much of a voxel animation. There would be a little bit of voxel animation involved, but it wouldn't be purely voxel animation like the ones we've been looking at, or the ones we've been making so far. I think a succubus taunting enemies video. Yeah. The succubus is totally our Rule 34 bait. Alright, I'm going off voice. I'm going to listen to some stuff as I continue to work. Um, I gotta say, I guess I'm done with this Scarabee. I mean, this is what a bug kind of looks like when it's flying straight at you. Because this one's gonna have to be programmatically animated, I assume that would be the wise thing to do, because it has wings already that, you know, stretch out. So we're gonna need a programmer to attach those to this so that they're fluttering straight out. And he should hop off the ground, and he should do that as smoothly as he can. So, you know, having that baked into a keyframe animation doesn't really make any sense, because we're really just moving one part here. So even though our animation's capabilities are really limited, this is an instance where it's smartest probably to use program-driven animation, where this little bug is just flying up in your face. Man, he's cute. I think he's cute. This is not Ziggy. Ziggy, I've made a model for him already. He looks like he's standing on two legs and casting at you with little bug hands. He doesn't fly. He's not going to bite you, so him flying up in your face doesn't really make any sense. Because in game he casts at you. He never does a melee attack. So, yeah, I guess that's that for him. Man, he looks adorable. We'll just call this Scarab Attack. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna put together a total of 4 frames for the rat. So I'll maybe 5. So I need, I think, 1 tween between this and this. I could maybe do more. But that's very abrupt. You would go from not seeing a rat at all to the whole rat being in your face. And so having like at least 1 tween transition there, I think makes sense. And then going from standing to launching at you, it would make sense if there was a tween there. And so that makes for a total of 4 frames. But I think an additional frame that goes from between this and this, so after the rat is landed, probably makes sense as well. So that would be 5 frames. You know, this is more voxel animation than we do literally anywhere else in the game. So who knows if it's going to be successful, but I want to give Wall and Sheridan all the frames that they need to experiment a little and figure it out. I mean, every time he attacks, he's going to launch at you, yeah. You know, enemies attack about once per second, so if we just imagine in our mind's eye, he's stand, attack, stand, attack, stand, attack, stand, attack. I don't anticipate that looking real weird. I mean, it's just not that fast. But either way, you know, like, I'll make the frames and it's so, you know, in traditional animation, things were animated about 24 frames per second, and often they were animated on twos, which is to say that every frame, every one of the 24 frames was actually duplicated. So it was actually 12 frames per second, but shot on 24 frame film. And occasionally they might shoot on ones if they needed something that have a particularly smooth animation to it. Or if it's anime, it's more like 10 frames a second. So when we're talking about the rat going from squatting to standing, you know, it should, because there's only 4 frames, we're probably talking about maybe 4 frames a second of animation here, which is to say you'll only see each of these for a quarter of a second, which is a pretty brief amount of time that you're seeing them, but long enough so that you can tell what's going on screen, hopefully. Okay, as we can see, we got the pose for the landing frame kind of laid out here. So I'm going to run through it. So we got our standard walking rat. Let's turn off this stuff. We got our standard walking rat. It begins standing up. It is fully standing up. Why is this on? Oh, and then we're launching. Okay, so I have a frame here for a launching frame. And then after the launch, it has to land. And then it resets to here. Now, you may have noticed that there's actually 2 more frames for the launch than there is for the landing. And that is not only fine, that's probably desired. Because the landing action should be much faster. Things lift off the ground far slower than they fall back to the ground. And so having the landing animation be a lot faster than the jumping animation and have fewer frames than the jumping animation should communicate exactly the correct things visually. So that said, I do need the in-between frame for standing rat, beginning to launch, and launching in the air. There needs to be a frame in between these two. And And then he's gonna land like in this kind of pose. I may actually angle his snout down a little like this. There you go, perfect. Dude, it's funny how rat-like he looks. He's just like a real rat. It cracks me up. Like, even with it only matters because it's so few voxels that it's like you don't really expect it to look just like a real rat, but it really does. Rats are adorable. Dang, these dang earbuds. They really hurt my ears, dude. I gotta figure out a way to wear these properly. They're really well-rated earbuds, but man, they're really aching up my ears. Something fierce, like my, in a way that my previous ones just did not. They don't have a cushion. Instead, they have this really rigid disc. I may be just wearing them wrong. I don't know. Anyway. All right, back to work. All right, thanks for that, Ink. I'm not going to play that on stream, but for probably obvious reasons, but I do appreciate how much fun, creative stuff you do in the community here and the ways that you're contributing. I'd say, as always, feel free to post that in the Discord. Hey, what's up, Turning Wheel? If you want to check out what I've got so far, you interested? I have a total of 5 rat frames, and we're currently looking at number 3, which is a duplicate of number 2 so far. So I still need to do one more. But so far, yeah, that's right. So far we got standard rat. And then we got, then we got rat starting to stand up. Then we got rat standing up. And then we're going to have another frame of him beginning to launch off the ground. And then that's a frame of him diving at you. So this would be like the attack frame or one of his 2 attack frames or whatever. And then him going back to landing after attacking. So all we're missing is the in-between between this and that. And I talked about this a bit before on the stream, but after having cared for rats for years, this is how they jump, and it looks hilarious, and I love it. But of course, what matters is how it looks in game, and so if any of it requires some revision, I'll use the game as the source of truth. Yeah, thanks. Glad you like it. I did start by just having, this frame? So we'd start from this, go to him sitting up, and then him attacking, and then back to normal. But because both you and Wall mentioned that maybe we might need some more frames, I figured it wouldn't take me that long to provide a few more, and then whatever balance feels good, we'll use or not use. Oh, cheers, Ink. See ya. Thanks for coming and hanging around. So the other one I've done so far is we have the slime. Okay, cool. We have the slime, and then we have the slime lifting up the ground and reeling itself back, turning into sort of like like a flail, and then it throwing itself at you, kind of in the same way that the rat does. So he's elevated, and then he plops back on the ground, like you might expect. And I anticipate needing... Yeah, thanks. I anticipate needing the same amount of frames. So 2 more frames. One between, you know, these two so that you can get that sense of it elevating a little better. And then a sort of like plopping down to the ground frame so that you can go back to this. And I had kind of initially had the idea that it wouldn't actually fly into the air, but from a front silhouette, this was just too similar to one where he wasn't flying off the ground, that it wasn't obvious enough to me that it was a separate frame. And so I figured it would look a lot better if it actually came up off the ground, like if he actually leapt at you in the same way the rat does. Wonder if interpolation is possible with voxel meshes. That's an interesting question, like an automatic animation. You know, in D-Paint animation, which is where I learned my first pixel animation techniques, they did have an automatic morphmation sort of technique. It was always kind of sloppy, but it could get the job done. Yeah, as a creative aid, I think that could be useful. I don't know of any voxel tools that do that right now, and I think part of the reason why is because nobody does voxel animation like that. When I was talking to Nick Wozniak, the pixel artist for Yacht Club Games, about voxel animation, he lamented that there are no games that do like traditional pixel style animation using voxel meshes. They all always rotate the voxel meshes, just like Minecraft does, and just like we do, until now with these attack frames, I suppose. So the lack of support for those kinds of tools may be part of the reason why nobody's doing it. But anyway, yeah. So I'll be done with this tween pose between these 2 frames pretty soon here, and then I'll do the slimes, and I'll go ahead and export and send them to you, and you can play with them. Oh, one more. I did the scarab. And he just looks adorable. He's just floating in the air. You know, his little legs are curled up. So his head is facing forward, but his body is facing down, much like a bumblebee would. And so you can use his separate wing shell meshes, which already exist and are already used for animation. You can use those to, you know, shake them or whatever so that they flutter in the air a little bit while he's in his attack. And I assume that moving him up and down off the ground would be better done in code rather than trying to animate that. But yeah, so based on what we discussed with the spider, using the existing shaman attack animation for the spider might be... let me check the thread. Oh, the scorpion. Okay, so I still need to do the scorpion as well. Yeah. But I think I should be able to get through all those today. Wow, it's already 4 o'clock my time. It's a little later than I thought it would. I must have taken longer on these rat frames than I thought. Rat, slime, scorpion, scarab, spider. Yeah. So nothing needed for spider based on what we talked about. And because the scorpion's not going to be leaping at you, I imagine that the scorpion attack animations will be a lot simpler than the rat one was. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you got a chance to preview these frames and get an idea of what to expect. And I'll just keep chugging away, man. Yeah, its tail does something like this, like a simple something like that. It's just a very short creature, so if it's right in front of you, having its claws raise up or something might help make it more obvious that it's at your feet. So it's not that it lacks an attack animation, it's that it's short. we already have a shaman spider attack, so that's what I meant. We're likely to be able to just reuse the work that Wall did for that to do the spider attack. But yeah, the spider currently doesn't bite at you with its pedipalps, and that's what the shaman spider does. So we should be able to do that, I think. All right, taking voice off. Let me get back to. What up, Kapler? Good to see you again. You were walking in on me doing some voxel animation. I touched on it, a few minutes ago, but something that's basically not been done in games, at least not ones that have come out as far as I've ever seen. But that is actually using different voxel meshes, unique voxel meshes, to create animations in the same way that unique pixel drawings make pixel animations. And so with characters like the slime and the rat, who don't have any like moving, rotating, translating body parts for their animation, they're just a voxel mesh that flips back and forth between voxel states, or in the slime's case, it actually uses a scale translation or transform to animate. We're actually going to have voxel animations for them now, so you can tell when they're attacking you. Isn't that fun? Aren't we having a great time? So this is the 5th frame for the rat's attack animation, which in animation world is not that much. But for a voxel game is quite a lot. So I'll run through those again. That's normal rat, rat starting to stand, rat standing. And this is important because the rat is so short that new players often don't even see a rat as it's attacking them. And then rat beginning to launch off the ground, which I'm not quite done with. Rat launching through the air, biting you. And then rat landing to the ground after leaping up and biting you in the face. And then he goes plop back to floor rat form. So that's what we're doing. I'm having fun. I'm really excited to see how this looks in game. And after we're done with these animations, I'm gonna. I've only done the keyframes for the slime. Slime being sitting normal. Slime reeling back to attack. Reeling back and standing again, and then slime splatting itself forward to launching itself at you before it plops on the ground. And I got to do the in-between frames for that one as well. And then the only other one we've done today is the scarab, who should be able to float through the air, and its wings, which already exist as separate meshes, can just raise out, and it can hover for a very brief amount of time before it bites you and falls back to the ground, so that, again, players can see that the scarab is about to attack, and it doesn't go below their radar. We'll do the scorpion later. All right. So this is actually looking like a pretty good tween, honestly. I think I'm gonna open his mouth. So I'm actually just gonna go ahead and copy this. Yes, exactly. So that's the thing that these guys lacked, is they lacked they were too short to see, and they also lacked any visual cue that it was time to block. And both of those are pretty serious problems, and so especially for new players. So now we will have been correcting that. And look, we got his mouth open, so you can tell he's about to bite. It's nom time. What's up, Mason is cows? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. We're just doing some voxel animation on this rat, who is now going to have an attack animation instead of just staring at you until you get hurt from it. This will be better. Yeah, absolutely, Mason. Thanks for coming around. Have you been a Barony fan for an amount of time? I don't. My chat's telling me you're a first-time chatter here. Are you on the Discord, or are you just happen to wander across a random stream? Hey, that's awesome. I do the same thing. I'm always, my autofill in Twitch always has Barony at the top. I'm always looking for any Barony streamer. So yeah, I'm just streaming my dev days. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoy doing it. Helps the community see what's coming. You know what? I just noticed on this bad boy, I could probably have his ears go back one voxel here so that it looks like the motion has sort of captured them. Like that. Barony with a capital and Barony without a capital are your first two searches. That's so funny. That's great. I love it. Okay. So I believe we're done with this now. So we got standard rat standing, or beginning to stand, rat standing up, rat beginning to launch, rat launching in the air. Did we get his tail right? I think we did. Rat beginning to launch. How's that? Yeah, that's good. He's a little bit forward. That's what he should be. Standing tall. And then rat successfully launching in the air, and then rat landing on the ground, and then rat going plop, or rather plop. Only to do it all again, as though he didn't even accomplish anything in the first place. Cool, so I'm gonna go ahead and export those, and I'm gonna throw them on our work Slack, just so that whenever Sheridan is ready to get started working on them, they will be there and available. Actually, that's not true. I need to modify them in Magical Voxel first, so that they have the correct, so they all have the same voxel size. That way they don't shift around in the voxel space. So I'll export them so that I can do that modification a little later. So 5 rat attack animations. Export. Rat attack. Rat attack. Okay. Export. Rat attack. Rat attack 2. Okay. Each rat model doesn't need to be the same size? Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I was a little concerned that it would be a hassle to get them all to, like they might sink in the ground if they're much taller. And so I was just going to put empty space in the voxel mesh so that that wouldn't happen. If there's anything I can do to make that process easier, let me know. Otherwise, I can just send you the exports as is. But all their center points are going to be different in the base exports. So that's all I'm worried about. I just want to be helpful here. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Well, that'll let me. I can just get them up there, and then if it turns out that they need that extra step, I'll go ahead and do that. Unique branding meshes don't have to fit particular size constraints. Okay. Sounds good to me. Slightly less work for me. All right, it's slime time. And one of the things I was talking about earlier is that, you know, animation frame rates, animation frames go by really fast if you make them look as smooth as possible. So, any chance shopkeepers can be rebalanced? In what way? You think they're too hard or too easy? Because depending on what part of the community you come from, people have varying opinions on that. Too easy. Okay. Yeah. So one of the rebalances that we already have in the beta build right now is that doorways are no longer as much of an issue as they were. Wall of Justice has altered how the ray test works when it comes to detecting if the if your attack is blocked or not, and so now shopkeepers don't get confused by the door frame in the same way that they used to. Now, all creatures still have some amount of exploitability when it comes to standard wall corners. But previously, the easiest cheese for shopkeepers was to, tease them, ping-ponging back and forth against the door frame, and you could just punch them endlessly. And that is substantially harder than it was. And that's actually something that's improved a lot of the game, because that ray test is now used for all attack checks, as far as I understand it, as far as what Wall told me. So that now that like doorways shouldn't eat your attacks as much as they used to, due to like a misunderstanding in what was where the collision was happening first. Yeah, so when y'all get a chance to test the beta, you can confirm or deny that it is now substantially harder, but it is expected that the current implementation, and by that I mean in the beta branch, is substantially harder than it was to cheese shopkeeper kills. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, in that all these roguelikes with a tough shopkeeper, there is often some cheese strat that can defeat them. Spelunky has a little bit of I don't know what to call it, but like the precision skill that's required to defeat those shopkeepers, like the timing that's required to cheese them to death, it requires a substantial amount of expertise compared to like a turn-based game, because we don't have like Spelunky requires you to like jump and hit at an exact right moment to not get insta-gibbed. Barony's balance is definitely much different than that, and so I don't imagine we'd be replicating exactly the way, the same kind of technical player skill balance that the Spelunky shopkeepers have. But yeah, I don't think anyone on the team believes that they shouldn't be killable through some kind of, patient exploit. It should just be discouraged unless you're being very purposeful. Something like that. I see the, sorry, I haven't been following up in the conversation here. Threat of what happens when you attack a shopkeep is more threatening than the shopkeep itself. Oh yeah, like the fact that you can't shop anymore, like that's kind of a big deal. Oh, and that they wait at the end of the levels. Yeah, that's something that our shopkeepers don't do, wait at the end of the level. Maybe they should summon the cops, make them faster, randomly teleport. 1 in 1,000 chance for a shopkeeper to only fire homing spectral attacks. Spectral, like maybe they go through walls, that would be wild. But that's a good point about in Spelunky, how it causes a shopkeeper to be at the end of the levels for a while. That's very dangerous. And so if there's like a Merchant's Guild bounty hunter or something waiting for you that was deadly and you had to keep facing off against him, you know, who would camp the end of the level, might be automatically like neutral to other enemies, so he wouldn't just kill everything. I don't know. Yeah, calling the cops is a very fun idea. I like that. Okay, so I'm making the in-between frame for making this slime sort of emerge upward. So I'm going to start it looking a little bit more like a tentacle, so that in the second frame it becomes that sort of flail shape. So it's still bottom heavy in this frame is the idea. And actually, it should probably be quite a bit shorter. So like, yeah, maybe even one shorter than that. Something like that. Yeah, Ivy, who knows, Ivy might show up one of these days to talk on a stream. We have a good relationship with Ivy Ori, who I believe holds the current world record for the Barony full game speedrun, or maybe it's the, you know, if I misquote and I disrespect the record of one of the speedrunners, I apologize, but either the full game speed run or the classic speed run or something. Iviori has held the record in like the speedrun.com record for Barony for some time now, and they are interested and excited in being involved in development, and I'm excited to have their speedrunning perspective represented in so to the point where I'll probably include them in the beta to make sure that like obvious speedrunning considerations are at least thought about. There's some changes that we make that we know are worse for speedrunning, but for the rest of the community, we know that it's in the best interests. I mean, even just the idea that there's RNG in the game is something that speedrunners will always advise. If you want to make this game better for speedrunning, remove the RNG. Obviously, this is a roguelike. We're not removing the RNG. But Ivy's suggestions tend to be a little bit better thought out than that. And so it would be interesting to see how Ivy would respond to like a shopkeeper danger change like that. It could be funny. Just speedrun specific seeds. Yeah, that's a great point. The seeded speedrun or the seeded options that we're gonna have for runs in the future, I think is really exciting. Even if it's just for players who are trying to learn the game and get through it one time, you know, at least I can learn what the dungeon's gonna be like, so I don't get surprised and killed. But for speedrunners especially, being able to find whatever the fastest seed is and then run that, I think is really a really fun part of like the Minecraft speedrunning community. Is the actual hunt for the best seed is part of the experience of speedrunning, and that's really cool. I'm gonna catch up on the chat real quick. Any changes to XP leveling? We're the only serious modifications we're doing to that stuff is stuff that's cheese related. So like shopping XP, trade XP is now being adjusted quite a bit. In the future, we'll probably do something about swimming by adding better swimming content, but we're not addressing that right now. We're definitely making your weapon skill matter more. So there's that. Armor. Unless you're blocking, armor isn't as overpowered in the current beta build as it was. You can still get to a theoretical point where enemies' attacks can bounce right off you without blocking, but that should be much harder to reach, and requires that if you want to take 0 damage, you really have to be blocking, except for in extreme cases. So the overall high-end power is being reduced somewhat. Also, high-end speed has been reduced a bit, which I think is one of the things that has made the end game, especially, like, you can basically outrun projectiles at some point, and I think that's been adjusted some. So, and it's not like we haven't made the game a slow game. It's intended for the game to feel pretty doomy as you get to the end, and you know your character's supposed to be fast and powerful that way, but being able to outrun projectiles and stuff, I think, is a bit of a different story. Maybe depending on the projectile. Let me see. Cool if you could attack a shopkeeper, then use a polymorph potion to change to a different looking human. I mean, you can already use the charm spell. Spoiler alert. You can already use the charm spell to calm down an angry shopkeeper. Because they can't be converted to your team, but you can charm them. Do you like true crime? Yes, I do like true crime. I don't know why. I just do. It's a thing that I like. So I listen to all sorts of, like, I like dark true stories of all kinds. I wouldn't say I have an obsession with dark stories, but I don't really like horror movies and that kind of thing. But like fantasy or fictional dark stories, I'm not really a big fan of. I really like true ones. And generally, I'm a fan of all things fantastical, but for whatever reason, like horror, fantastical horror, or like fictional horror, just has never really been my thing. I don't know. Maybe it's the sort of, in a true crime story or a true, dark story, there's some lesson or some takeaway, something I can learn about how to keep myself and my family safe or something in the future. There's just something about it I find appealing, and it also makes, like, whoever was killed or harmed in the scenario, like, telling the story, like, gives some meaning to their death, I guess, or the whatever other tragedy they might have experienced. So I don't know. That sounds really morbid when I describe it that way, but yeah, I do like true dark stories and not so much fake dark stories. Let us use dominate on shopkeepers. You're silly. Have I heard of Windigoon? No, I don't think I have. I've heard of the Wendigo, the cryptid, but not Windigoon. It sounds funny, I think. Did you Unsolved No More on YouTube? No, I haven't. Let me look it up. I watched Mr. Ballin and that chapter. Unsolved No More. Yeah, I'll watch a video of this. Sure. The Darlie Routier crime scene walkthrough. Exactly how Jeffrey McDonald murdered his family. If there's any one of these, it's in a different format. Actually, let me look at the playlists. Shorts, Delphi Murders, Ted Bundy. Well, there's a lot of stinking series. Unsolved No More. That's the one I want, probably. Windigoon, Unsolved Cases. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing that I listen to while I'm working that I'm trying not to broadcast to you guys, because you know, it's their content. I don't have the right to broadcast it out. But even if I did, not everyone wouldn't listen to it. So, um, yeah. He worked for the FBI. That's cool. All right, you know, I'm sorry about this, folks, but I have to go to the restroom again. So I'm gonna take another quick break. You, all I've gotten done on the slime is this second frame here. I feel kind of slow, but what are you gonna do? I'll be back in a bit. Cheers, homies. I came back to see you guys saying one more frame than there was there originally. Quality over quantity. I appreciate that. That's a kindness that I may or may not deserve, and I appreciate it. As I like to say, I'm trying as hard as I can. I would say in games I was sometimes, if not often, surrounded by some very confident people who liked to make it seem like, you know, whatever they were doing was no big deal. It wasn't that much effort. And I've always been like the exact opposite. Like, no, guys, I'm trying really hard right now. This is the best I can do. It helps set expectations in a different kind of way. But I definitely don't want to give the impression that I don't care. I absolutely do care. It's really important to me to do a good job. Like if the players are, you know, care about something more than I do in the project I'm working on, I just feel like that's not fair, you know. Like, I understand there's always going to be things that you know, that you know, people might have different preferences and might nitpick about, and there's always going to be reasons where, like, you know, I wish, you know, I may wish that some certain part of the game could be different or better, but with the amount of time it would take to change it, it's really just not worth it. And I think it's fair to have those differences in opinion about, you know, between the audience and me and the other developers on the team about, you know, what needs to be done. But you should at least, like, when I say something like we have higher priority tasks, what that means is, you know, there is so much work, like great work that we could do on this game, and we can't do it all. We have to be selective. And that's not the same thing as not caring. It's you know, we have to look at the big picture of the project and prioritize that above maybe some small thing that might be a real issue, but is not going to affect the experience positively for as many players, including ourselves, what we think is most impactful. So I don't know. I'm trying not to ramble here. I guess all I'm trying to say is that I can care as much or more about the product as somebody who disagrees with how we prioritize things. I think that is what I'm trying to say here. And I don't want the audience to feel like, you know, something is the way it is just because I don't care. Like, I absolutely care. It's just you know, sometimes we have differences of opinion, and that's fine. All right, I think I might be satisfied with this first little stretch of the slime. Let me see how it animates. So we got base slime. We got slime stretching out. Okay. Base slime. Slime stretching out. Slime in full attack mode. I don't know why I'm having a hard time clicking these buttons. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, great. Now we got one more tween to do between this and this. And so that's gonna be slime attack 3. This is gonna be the one, might be the most difficult one to sell because it has to like have that, it has to have that feeling like it's pushing forward as fast as it can. And as a result, the secondary motion of the top of the blob has to be backwards. So it has to be, actually the easiest way to communicate that might be to slime attack 3. Is actually literally to flip it. So let's see, not that flip, this flip. Flip it, and let's do, okay. So of course the coloring is wrong, but the shape is right, which actually is a problem. That sucks, because the coloring is the hardest part of this dang slime. So, all right, so we get 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it's lunging. The lower half is directing the rest of its body forward, and the secondary motion causes it to lag behind. And then this is what comes next. I mean, it's perfect. It lines up perfectly. I just need to fix the colors. So that'll be fine. And then the last frame needs to be something that goes between this and the slime plopping on the ground again, which I think will be fairly easy. Probably easier even than the rat because it's a slime, after all. You know what? I realized that I'm kind of a dickhead. I think for a long time I made the front of the slime deliberately hard to discern. It's really difficult to assassinate a slime in Barony because you have no idea which direction it's facing. Garvkin, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Okay, so it's probably wise for me to go ahead and just kind of start from scratch on this coloring here. For color reference, I'm going to keep this boy over here. This is my handsome boy. Give it massive googly eyes. You know what? That's such a good idea. I don't know why I never thought of it. We're just going to go ahead and... It's okay if they're off center. Nobody minds if they're off center. And we're gonna give it, let's give it like the Minecraft look. Hey guys, I'm Mr. Slime. I'm here to whip you in the face with my slimy body today. The slime slimes you. Gosh. Okay. We do it for the meme, everyone. We do it for the meme. It's beautiful. Lost too many runs not knowing which way a slime was facing. That's great. I'm not fixing it. If a slime should have one advantage, it's the fact that it's a blob. You have no idea where its attention is. So I'm leaving it indiscernible so that even I will forget what way it's facing in game. All right, let's just recolor everything. To flat, so that we know we're doing our best to honestly shade this thing according to what shape it is and not shape it was. And I know that might sound like an unnecessary addition of labor, but I think it's going to be important for communicating the model. You shouldn't be able to assassinate a slime. It's a slime. Yeah, like, what's its weak point? I don't know what a slime's weak point is. You know what? I worked on an RPG maker with a friend about 1 million years ago, and we had an enemy that we called the melon slime, and it was like it lived in the jungles, and it would just like lurch around eating melons off the jungle floor, and inside the melon slime it had like a nucleus, and so you could, if you had a piercing weapon, you could stab it right in the nucleus, and that was the way that you did the most damage to slimes in that game, is with a piercing weapon. Which is just like, this is a great introduction to the topic, that I feel like every freaking game I've ever played, the slimes have different weaknesses. Like, there's no consensus in the fantasy RPG community about what weapon a slime should be weak to. So like, some people argue, well, a slime is basically like a glorified water balloon. It has a membrane on the outside that keeps all the liquid together. And so what should really hurt slimes is slashing weapons, because it cuts open the slime and it causes the contents to spill out. The contents of the slime to spill out. So slashing weapons, that's what it should be. And other people are like, no. A slime is made out of gelatin, a gelatinous substance. If you cut it, it would just reseal itself back together. And so slime should actually be very strong against slashing weapons. And similarly with piercing weapons, it's like, yeah, you just pierce the membrane. That's a very small hole. It's easy to seal back up. Why should piercing weapons hurt it? But like I described with the project I worked on with my friend, he was like, oh no, there's a nucleus inside there that's protected by the slime. It's the only thing about the slime that's weak, is if you pierce it. And then yet other people are like, you know what the slime should be weak to? It should be weak to maces. Because if you have a big weapon with a big head on it, it doesn't matter how sharp it is. It matters how much of the slime you're scooping out of the way. So if you hit it with a hammer, it's going to be blasting a big chunk of liquid away from it, and it's going to be losing more of its body because you have more blunt force trauma, moving more material to be separated from the slime, and that's what kills it. But other people are like, no, a slime is like it's a water balloon. You hit it with something blunt, it's just going to goosh out of the way and then regain its form. So why would a mace be good against the slime? And on and on. And so, so as a result of this, it's a weird, semi-physical form. It's made out of stuff that we can relate to on like an experiential level, but in terms of a creature that is killable, it's like something we can't really relate to at all. And so some people's solution to this problem is like, well, that's why slimes are only weak to magic. So yes, it's a magical beast, and so only really magical means can destroy it in a way that we can relate to, It's made by magic, it's destroyed by magic. And then other people are like, no, slimes are like neutral elementals. And so if you hit it with magic, it just turns into that type of magic, and now you've actually made it stronger by hitting it with magic. And so it's like literally every weakness you can think of for slimes, somebody's got a reason why that weakness shouldn't apply to slimes. And I just find that extremely funny. It's like, yeah, slimes are simultaneously always the weakest enemy in an RPG and the unknowable sort of god monster of RPGs. Because nobody can agree on what they should logically be weak to. Slime is the most Rule 34 bait in the game. Ugh. Obviously, the slime's weakness is gravity. I like that theory. You should be able to put it in a jar. Yes, right-click on it with. You just keep poking the slime with flasks, and you'll reduce its health by 1/4 for each flask you poke it with, and then that kills it. 4 flasks, and you've bottled the entire slime into acid potions. There you have it. Slime just absorbs the blunt strike. Yep, there you go, Peanut Pirate. Moral of the story, slimes are immortal gods of destruction. Correct. Slime girl Easter egg incoming. Don't tempt me, Frodo. I'm gonna end the stream by drawing like a slime girl, and it's gonna be, we'll all have wished this has never occurred. I think "Don't tempt me, Frodo" is one of my favorite Lord of the Rings meme phrases that the world recognizes. Anyways, I would love to bottle a slime. Well, you kind of already do bottle a slime when you go to a sink, and a slime oozes out. You get acid in your bottle instead of water. So it's kind of there in spirit. But like an actual bottled slime, where like you use the bottle and a slime comes out, that's kind of fun. That's definitely not something that we're doing at all. Yeah, just so everyone knows, I've gone on my tirade about how no one can agree on what slimes are weak to. I don't have an answer for this problem. I've thought about it more than any mortal human should have thought about it, and I have no answer. I have no answer. I'd say, I mean, no consensus answer. I would say that the answer has to be whatever your slime's behavior is in your world, you need to be clear about what it is so that its weakness makes sense. In Valheim, they go with the blunt weapon model. Blunt weapons are good versus slimes because apparently they cast away more of its goop. You know? God bless you, Valheim, for sticking to your guns on that one. You know, as long as there's some reason and it makes sense, that's fine. If your slimes have a thick membrane and slashing through it so the ooze pours out is how they die, fantastic. Thanks for making a decision. Is the gimmick that it's resistant to anything? That's actually a good idea. Like, it's an unintelligent beast that really doesn't even care about its own existence. The only weaknesses it has is it's hella dumb. It's just like, what else is it gonna do? It oozes around and that's it. That's its whole thing. Slime is weak to thinking. If it starts to think, it will instantly die. Yeah. I've seen some like sort of pseudo proto-life forms that chemists have tried to make in laboratories. And sort of the premise of this is that, you know, if life can be recreated with a certain chemical combination, then like, you know, we're going to get closer to understanding what life is and like where it comes from. And one of the theories is that, or one of the examples that I've seen is that chemists were able to put together a petri dish with a few different compounds, and you know, the properties of one of them is that it's attracted to, you know, this other compound. And so you add that compound to the mix, and you see the first compound start to like orbit around and is naturally attracted to it, and then it consumes the one that it's attracted to. And so, and when you see it occurring in the dish, it really does look like some kind of life form is looking for something to eat, and then it does consume it. And so there's sort of an aesthetic metaphor for life that's occurring. And so if that's like, I guess I'm just saying that because that's, if you kind of justify that that's what slimes are, they're basically a walking chemical reaction. They're so dumb because they're not even concerned for their own safety. They just like, you know, something about the way they sense the world. They know that protein is over there and they're going to go consume it. You know, that's fine. That has enough sort of like an internal logic to it that I can buy it. When slimes are stationary, they stand like this. Oh, that's an interesting idea. So like they could actually, like as soon as they enter their idle state, they could play like frame 1 and then frame 2, and then they could actually look around the way they do now. So that would actually expose which side is their front. That would be cool. Kind of shows that they're looking. I mean, they do in game have a front and they behave as though they do, so. Yeah, and then when you attack them, then they would turn to face you and then have to go through this process again and then attack you. I like that idea, Sheridan. They only go prostrate when moving. Idle animation for them would be so funny. When slimes are stationary, they idle like thick Omni-Man. I haven't watched all of Invincible yet, so I don't understand that reference. I am watching it with my daughter, though. She is very resilient when it comes to watching gore, so she has no... And I mean animated gore. I've never shown her, like, horrendous internet gore. Because I'm not a bad person. You don't want to understand, trust me? Okay. I believe you. I take your word for it. I've watched... I'm most of the way through the first season of The Boys, and I am enjoying it more than I thought I would. There's been a few kind of dumb episodes, in my opinion. Just like, you can just hear the writers talking to you through the screen, you know, telling you their opinions about the world. And it's just like, yeah, I get it. Thank you. Thank you for your opinion, writer. But most of them have been really good. Most of the episodes I've watched have been really good. I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily a fair judgment I just levied against it, but it's just sort of a... I like it when stories have a takeaway that's something you can get out of it. I'm not against that at all, but I think that as soon as it feels like you're listening to somebody proselytize about their opinion, the effectiveness of the entertainment in delivering your message has instantly been lost. That's sort of my opinion on that. So I'm not a huge fan of when I felt like The Boys has done that, but it hasn't happened often. Makes fun of all politics. Well, you know, I like South Park, and I like the way in which South Park makes fun of all politics. Because it sort of treats nothing as sacrosanct, but I feel like the Boys has a very clear, like, worldview about what they think is right and wrong. And I think they kind of play favorites within that worldview. Which is like, well, what do you expect them to do? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Everybody's got a worldview. But if you're going to comment on it, you have to be really stinking good. So that your work is still entertaining and isn't just like a propaganda piece for your political preferences. You know what I mean? It's just my 2 cents. I know a lot of game developers don't really agree with me on that. That's fine. I really like good satirists, but good satirists kind of open the door for bad satirists, and there's nothing more annoying than watching a bad satirist. In my humble opinion. And to be fair, often The Boys is quite good satire. Quite good. You can't win them all, I suppose. It's kind of normal and expected that it wouldn't always be perfect, I guess. Well, I'm just from this camera view. Here, let me move the camera up for you guys. You can see how different these two models feel, even though one is just a flipped version of the other one. This is the one where it's facing you and getting ready to lash forward, whereas this one where it's in the process of lashing forward at you, and this one is the back. And they look so different from one another. I think it's gonna sell. Although now part of me thinks I need another tween between 2 and 3. I don't know. I'd kind of rather see how it looks in game. A bit funky from the side. I think it looks how I expected it to look, for what it's worth. I'm gonna delete this because we already have that one. So yeah, let's just run through the frames real quick. Pretty decent. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I need the landing animation, plop. Or not animation, but frame. Let's go ahead and shade the underneath that no one's ever gonna see. Because we do unnecessary work sometimes for fun. If a slime is ever on a glass ceiling, sliming its way along, now the bottom will look correct. You're welcome. I think I'm gonna... do one of these numbers. This sounds like an anime outro song. Add googly eyes to the bottom. You silly goose. How dare you suggest such a thing? I kind of don't like this one voxel right here. There. It's gone now. And now the model is perfect. Alright, see you in a sec. Alright, I'm pretty happy with this. So I'm gonna go ahead and make the plop. We'll call him Johnny Plops the Slime. We're not calling him that. I just saw Sheridan's comment in the Barony Discord. This is a seemingly small thing, but a while ago on Mr. Sneak's dev stream, somebody asked if it would be possible to add demo recording for speedruns. I responded it shouldn't be too hard in theory, so I spent the next 2 weeks working on the problem. Oh, gosh. Oh, this is for the dev media, so this is actually supposed to be only for the Adventurers Guild. But hey, you're tuned into a dev stream, so you're like... You're basically a special audience already. This required, I mean, my videos get like 35 views, so I don't think I'm really exposing this to the broader public so much. This required redoing how we calculate all RNG as we used a mess of different third-party approaches depending on the need, and it wasn't truly deterministic. I also spent a lot of time tracking down bugs that would desync demos. It's not finished yet,
And although the demo record, demo play, and demo stop commands work, the demos themselves are not fully functional and tend to desync shortly after entering the first level for an unknown reason. Ultimately, Wall and I put it on pause to focus on other things, but TLDR, we made a lot of good progress toward recording speedruns in game, and we fixed a lot of evil bugs along the way. That's really cool. Thank you for that, that exposing that rundown of what happened there, Sheridan. If I'm not mistaken, and feel free to correct me on this, this has also paved the way for reliable seeds as well. Is that correct? Which is work that would have needed to be done anyway to meet our Kickstarter goals of having seeded runs. That's sort of the observer's takeaway I was getting as I listened to you guys discuss some of the problems. Yes, I leaked it, Garvikin. LOL. Peanut Pirate, you says, there's a blue one, right? Yeah, there is a blue one, but I'm just gonna probably color shift them. I'm not gonna, you know, it would be a complete waste of effort for me to try to like repaint them all. I did import the blue one so that I could use that for reference, so that when I'm doing the color shift, it will be accurate to the game model. And honestly, like, if it's not perfect, the smart thing for me to do will be to change the standard game model so that it matches the hue shifted one, because it would be way less work rather than trying to repaint 5 or 6 different frames of animation. As I said before, if it looks right, it is right. That's the artist's mantra. I think I can cheat this one or get a good start with this one. Let's do Slime Attack 5. This is going to be its recovery animation. Paste. And I'm going to try something a little bit silly. Just rotating it downward so that it looks like it's falling. I think it might be better for me to have it look like a, to do like a droplet sploosh animation where it's thin on top and then pancaked out to the sides with a like a splashy exterior. So I actually don't think that this is as useful as I kind of guessed it might be. This is worth a shot. We try things here to save time. Hey, sorry I didn't see your farewell, Peanut. It was good to have you around. I really appreciate it. Alright, so what I've tried to do with this silly model here is I've tried to bridge the gap between this flying forward slime projectile and the ground projectile. That's what the job of this this frame is, by making it look like it's rebounded backwards and splashing on the ground into a circle shape, and then it would just like rebound back into this shape. So if that happens quickly, I think it can be successful. It's definitely, I would argue, probably the biggest risk I've taken in terms of making, whether or not the animation is going to work, because it's a pretty high concept idea that I'm trying to attach to one single frame, is that it rebounded backwards and splashed. But I think it's the only idea that I can capture in a single frame that does what it needs to do, mostly because of this launching forward idea is a lot more, I think it implies a lot more forward movement than the rat's leap does. the rat could look like it's just jumping upward to get a bite at your face or your neck instead of your toes or your armored knees or whatever. Whereas this one is like, it's physically flailing itself forward. And so it has to then bounce backward, doink, which is what this little stream is of its, like the tail of its raindrop shape. That's what that is all about. So I'm just going to go ahead and shade that out and cross my fingers and deliver it and hope it all works out for the best. Because what the heck else am I going to do? Yes, I was expecting to handle some of that today, but looking at the time, I don't think I'm going to have time to go into those. I do have the models available. I think the only ones I haven't done are Deo de Bro. I mean, I did a version of Deo de Bro, but it doesn't. I don't think it matches the look for him that we want. And what's another one? Oh, I guess the shadows don't have special art for them, so there's a few yet left to do, but yeah, most of them I have done art for already. Well, Funny Bones only looks different because he's wearing different gear. So, so he didn't need a special model, but I've already provided us a special model for him anyway, so that he can look even more differenty, as we say in the hood. I think I made a skull model that gives him an eye patch, and I also made a moldy skeleton appearance. Because currently the skeletons don't have a second appearance option like all the other races do. Because of when you select your sex, you get a different look. But when you select your sex as a skeleton, you do not get a different look. So there isn't enough detail in the voxel meshes so that I can make the shape of the pelvis different. And if I could, I don't think that would be I don't think that would be a compelling visual difference for players. So. Thanks, Garf. You like that? You like this like sploosh look to the slime? I mean, it's kind of silly, but I mean, it's a slime, so I'm okay with it. Let's get rid of this. Oh, it looks like a... You're a wizard, Mr. Slime. Oh, it looks like a wizard hat. I see what you're saying. Hey, you know what? Easter egg. Slime hat. Kill a slime using the cold spell while it's in its splash animation, and you get a collectible slime hat. You're a wizard, Mr. Slime. You really are a hat. I mean, I knew it. I could see that it looked a bit like a hat when I was making it, but in animation, you never know. I mean, you pause something on a frame, and it's always gonna look a little bit different than you expected. So I'm gonna go ahead and scan through these slime frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and back to normal. I think it's I think it looks good. I'm excited to see it tried. I know that I'm guessing that when anyone else sees the model by itself, it may not make intuitive sense, but once put in the sequence and shown rapidly, I think it will make a lot of sense. It should look like a blap blap, like it's hitting and then smashing back down to earth like almost instantly, so that it can be ready for its next attack, because that's how faster attacks occur. Okay, so we've gone through the trouble of making these 5 animations. Let's go ahead or 5 frames. So let's go ahead and export them. Export. We're gonna select a folder. We're gonna go to slime. We're gonna call this slime attack 1. Slime attack 2. Slime attack 3. Slime attack 4. And slime attack 5. These dang earbuds, dude. It's not like I have tiny ears either. They're just like owie earbuds. I don't know how an earbud like this could be so well reviewed and so painful to wear at the same time. It's my first time wearing these today because, like I mentioned in the beginning of the stream, my old earbuds are just, they were cutting out in one ear, and it just wasn't, it was annoying. It was annoying. And like if I took out one earbud so that I could listen to, you know, my kids or something, and then listening to something else at the same time, it just meant I didn't get to hear the other thing. If I had the wrong ear out. Okay, so. And I don't think we exported the scarab, so let's go ahead and export that. Let's just leave it like that. We'll call it Scarab Attack 1, even though there's not a 2, just in case we need a 2. We've already exported all the rats. Let's scan through those again, just for posterity. I love it. I think it turned out great. Save. And I guess the last thing to do is to make blue copies of this green slime. So let's go ahead and get rid of slime green. Dang it! I named all these slime attack instead of blue or green slime attack, but that's okay. Copy, paste. We're not going to recolor them quite yet. We're just going to make the frames that we need. I think I may just settle for this hue shift to 230 because it's very close. Yeah, like magic. Like magic. And, I mean, I'll experiment just a little bit more. Actually, I think 233 might be the sweet spot. My new, the color shifted green slime is slightly higher contrast than the blue, but I don't think that's a big enough deal to worry about. I'm gonna go ahead and check that. That was 233, and I'm just gonna compare like this color to this color. This color to this color, this color to this color. Let's grab this. $230 might have been right after all. All right, after all that experimentation, I think 234 was the right choice. I'm not usually so picky about my color shifts, but because this is a simple asset and I don't really want to replace the existing slime, there isn't a good reason to do that. Hue shifting as accurately as possible, I think, was worth the effort. So that's 234. Yeah, and by the way, the creator of Voxel Shop is just a gentleman and a scholar, Black Flux. I asked for this feature from him, and he made it, and he just put it in. The hue saturation. Kapler, thanks for the stream. Animations are cool. Good luck. Thank you. Appreciate that, Kapler. But yeah, he didn't owe us anything. He did it for free, and you know, I owe him a lot of time that I saved because of his work on this. So I hope wherever Black Flux is, I hope he's happy, because he's really helped the project a lot by making this tool. Okay. Oh, I forgot to hit the check mark. Okay, so let's go through the blue slime animations just because we can. Looks great. It's exactly like we would want it to look. All right, and then we're going to save them. Looks ready for your jar, Garf? All right, folks. Well, with the slimes exported, the scarab single frame done, and the rat exported, that actually does it for the animations that we set out to do today. We didn't get to do more character voxel art for NPCs, but that is okay because we got a hell of a lot of work done. You know, what is it? 10 frames of animation. It's not may not seem like much in the grand scheme of things, but it was definitely took its share of effort, and hopefully it makes the game way better. So with that, I will bid you all adieu, and we will we'll conclude the stream. But it's been great having you here. Thanks so much for your time and attention. What do I say? Be kind to others. Be kind to yourself. I love you. Have a great Monday night. Bye.